Friday, we will be bringing you the all of these subfinals. With the first to kick off is going to be our 164th final, I think the B, for large scale touring car open class. So we are looking forward to seeing how this kicks off. Pull start pictures focusing on earlier. They were showing where the rockfall happened, just above the town of Lostallo. There was some heavy rains about a month ago, caused lots and lots of flooding and a rock slide. A rock slide that kicked off. And lots of work put in by the club and the town to clean things up to make the race happen for us. So meanwhile, before we get into the racing, we're going to have I believe it's a TQ interview with the TQ of large scale F1.
So we have here Saverio Rossignoli, the TQ guy, so the fastest guy of the Formula One category. And we will show his car, because he has his own car racing, and we will ask him to tell us something about this car.
Hello. The track is very good and very faster. I use my car, CS32. Is this?
Okay, we will show it.
As a new concept car, and new project for.
When did you start this project? When?
21, 30 year for work, for design, and step by step new solution for render easy the car, the drive to car.
And it looks to be fast, huh?
The work is concentrate and lower body center.
Yeah, that's important.
Is easy and very fast car.
So will you change anything for tomorrow, for the final, or you use it like it is now?
See, yes.
Okay, good. So enjoy the afternoon and have a relax today, and tomorrow be prepared for the final. Yeah. And I wish you good luck in the final.
Yes, very good.
Okay.
Over gas.
Okay.
And
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there we are. A word from Saverio Rossignoli, our TQ driver for the large-scale F1, the Formula One category. So I'm sure he'll be looking forward to going straight into the main final and having yet another half-hour main final battle with Sebastian Marino. And we'll see who comes out victorious this time. So just trying to find out for our viewers when we're expecting to start the finals. It's supposed to be starting the 164th B final for the open class of large scale touring car. Scheduled to start a few minutes ago. Obviously not running, not with children and civilians on the track. So just trying to find that out for you. So thank you very much for joining us. We are RC Racing TV and bringing you pictures and video from Pool Start TV. Louisiana and Texas Hill Country, thank you for popping into the chat saying hello. Texas Hill Country. I did ask yesterday, but what part of the Texas Hill Country are you from? San Antonio, or northern San Antonio, you should say. New Braunfels, Austin. Where are you at? San Marcos. Okay, it looks like we're going to have several minutes before we actually do get started. So we'll just run you through what's happened this week, and hopefully I finish by the time that we decide to get going. So first week started off with 2 days of free practice for all the racers. Racing, it's over 150 racers signed up, so it's really, really good signups for racing. We've got a new sport category of touring car going. It's basically a touring car sport is basically exactly the same as touring car open, but just with pretty much unmodified engines. Whereas with the open category, they're allowed to use all sorts of different all sorts of different modifications on the engines, and we've also got okay, and then Wednesday we had timed practice, which was the seating or controlled practice times that set the qualifying order for everybody. And then yesterday, we had 3 rounds of qualifying with the lunch break after the first round. Didn't quite get through all 3 rounds of qualifying because there was some rain that fell right at the very end of the sport class. So that particular race was rerun this morning, and our eventual TQ man missed out racing in the 3rd round, but he did TQ the 4th round and set the overall TQ. So he got honestly a bit lucky there because he had 2 TQs in the 1st and the 4th rounds, but he had very, very high scores in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. So if things had gone just a little bit wrong for him in the 4th round of qualifying, he would definitely not be TQ. And then we just finished the 4th round of qualifying about half an hour ago, and we're ready to start the lower finals, sub-finals. So with 6 groups of racers in the open category. Okay, so we've got, we'll just run through that first, or at least where we can. And we've got, because we had 6 groups with anywhere from 11 to 14 racers in each group. So in the lower finals, the 132B, so we're not running 164th. We're running a 132B and then a 132A, and the top 3 drivers from each of those will bump up into the 116th B and A, respectively. So you have a B side of the order and the A side of the order. And if you're in the 132B, hopefully, well, what you want to do is get into the 116th B by being the top 3. And hopefully you can be in the top 3 for the 116th to get into the 1/8, and so on and so forth into the 1/4 or 1/4, if you think of it that way. And then the semis, which is 1/2. So in the in the 132nd B, we've got, which I believe is going to be our first race up, we've got Clement Morlingham from France. We have Ole Henrik Gulliksen from Norway, Jorg Monke from Germany, Alexandre Schuler from France, and Ewan Moriot from France. Dean Spur, Tyrone Quinlivan, and Ian Southey from the UK. And we also have Reint Jan Kunst from the Netherlands and Stefan Perazzi. So whoever out of those 10 drivers, 3 of them will bump up into the 116th B. And on the other side of proceedings, we also have the 132nd final A. And that will be, in the car number 1 will be Sebastian Mancha from Sweden, Arnaud Brassart from France, Ismael Gutierrez Aparicio from Spain, Bruno Trotman from Switzerland, Hector Abadju from Spain, Dario Lovincevic from Croatia, Yuli Bichel and Angelo Zuger from Switzerland, Daniel Osai from the UK, and Stanley De Jong from the Netherlands. So we'll get into the 116th finals when we get there. So those will be, I believe that's going to be our first race up. Let's just see if they've updated. They haven't updated the time schedule yet. So we're going to do the 132nd and then the 116th, and then we're going to do the 1/8 finals for touring car, I think. And then finish the day with the quarterfinals for F1 and sport. That's what it looks like. So just take a little bit of a break and we'll just when we know what is when we know a little bit more about what's happening with the schedule. And we'll be right back from Lostallo, the MRTM club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Okay, so just to let our viewers know that we are set to start in about 9 minutes time for the racing. 9 minutes time. So they had to take some extra time just to reformulate the sub-final races, which are going to be today. So we're going to be starting with the 132 sub-final B at 2:45. So we'll be back just a few minutes before then. So meanwhile, you can enjoy these pictures from Poolstart TV from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. Thank you very much to our sponsors, rccaronline.de, RC Fox, SCSM2, Mechatech, Racing Components, and Samba. Until then, this is Frank McKinney from RC Racing TV, and we'll be talking to you in just a few minutes more.
Adesso ci si mette anche Brianza a fare le foto.
Wait for official photo.
Track will open in 3 minutes. Track will open in 2 minutes. Out of the track, please. Please leave the track.
Okay, I think we're nearing our start time for the race. You see, we had a nice team photo with the Mechatech crowd, very large group of racers. And the majority of the racers in the top group are Mechatech racers, so it's not a bad brand to run if you're going to be racing large scale, I must say.
Track is open for final.
So the first group up should be the 132B final group. And that is going to be Clement Morlingham, Ole Henrik Gulliksen, Jorg Monke, Alexandra Schuler, Ewan Moriad, Dean Spur, Tyrone Quinlivan, Ian Southey, Reint Jan Kunst, and Stefan Perazzi. So they will be starting off on the main straight. So the first race to be the first race this week to be starting on the main straight. Looks like somebody's out on the track. And luckily for us, we don't have any 10-minute delays. Those don't. Those aren't a possibility until tomorrow for the semifinals, of which there are 6. Remember, and for the final, of which there are 3. So it looks like we've got a countdown timer. I think is it 5 minutes to warm up? I can't remember. I'll check that out while we're waiting. It's 3. It was 3 minutes during the heats, but it might be different. Yep. For all finals, the track is open 5 minutes prior to the start of the final. At 2 minutes to go, all cars will be called back to the pit lane, and refueling is allowed. So that's what we're on. We're on that 5-minute timer. And then you can see the names of the drivers in the top right. So we lined up in numerical order. And looking like a great day out there. Remember, this track is in Switzerland, the town of Lostallo. And just a few weeks ago, some devastating floods and a rock fall. Although there were several people that did lose their lives during that flooding period. It's just on the edge of Switzerland as well, just directly north of Milan, if anyone is curious. Right in the Swiss Alps, yeah, very close to Lake Como. So if you're wondering how much it costs to visit, gives you an idea. But the townspeople and the club volunteers did pull together to make sure that this event could happen. We see our EFRA referee sending off the racers onto the grid. Not sure why that one car was out there by itself. So remember, in these subfinals, the top 3 will be bumping up. Top 3 will be bumping up. So that's who we're going to spend the majority of our time paying attention to on the live timing, which is available on myrcm.ch. Dragon Daniel Milhai, this track exclusive for large scale RC. I think it is pretty much. So you can see they're on the starting grid now. I think they'll be sounded off by the hooter. There we go. 20 minutes of racing off and running. So the cameras here will be following the leader in that orange and white car. That's Clement Morlingham. She's just coming out of the infield. onto the back section there, and then back into the infield at the chicane. So Clement in that orange, white, and orange. The white and blue car being Ole Henrik Gulliksen. Monke in that white and pink. So we're following the leader. Remember, top 3 cars will be bumping up, and at the moment, it's just these 3 that are in that leading group. Next 2 cars, Schuler and Moriad, need to work together and not compete too much. Otherwise, they're just going to be slowing each other down and not be able to catch up to the main group of that leading group of drivers. Tyrone Quinlivan setting the fastest lap, doing a second faster than the leader. This leading group looks like Gulliksen has been passed by Monke. And Gulliksen now falling way back. And looks to be falling into the clutches of Schuler if he keeps dropping pace like this. The white and pink of Monke keeping up with Morlingham pretty easily, though. Now, is that Gulliksen now catching back up to Monke? Oh, is that our leader? Has just gone off. Morlingham is going to have some work to do to get away from Schuler and catch back up to Gulliksen and Monke to get back. Well, he's in the top 3 still. So 16 minutes remaining in this one. Ewan Moreau. Fast lap time for the drivers at the back of the field. Meanwhile, we're following the lead cars of Monke, Gulliksen, and Morlingham. And the lead 2 coming together into that infield section. It looks like the Morlingham's off the track again. Trying to catch up, get past Gulliksen. And it's a 4-way battle for second, it looks like. 5-way battle. Geez, this is a massive gaggle of cars, and they're all going to be fighting for second and third places. Going around that lead sweeper, or the sweeper onto the main straight. 15 minutes left in this one. It's a 20-minute 132 final. You see all over the back of that yellow and blue car. I believe that is Schuler. See how this all plays out. Give a couple laps for them to sort it out amongst themselves, meaning, touring car racing. Bish bash bosh, door handle to door handle, knocking each other's wing mirrors off. Luckily, none of those parts are present on the actual model cars. Morlingham, part of that group of 3 cars, are bashing each other at the back, in the middle of the field. Gullikson in the white, green, and blue car. It's mostly white and blue, though. Followed very closely by the white and pink of Monke. Oh, sorry, no, that's the number 5 of Moriad, actually. Just a half a second behind. So it's white, orange, and white. Moriad, who set the fastest lap, he can certainly go nearly a second lap faster if he really needs to. Oh, and another crash at the lead battle. So who is that? Just trying to decipher the times and the pictures and coordinate those. Morlingham in the lead now, battling with Schuler and Quinlivan. So it's France, UK. Battle joined once again. Those are the only drivers on the same lap as the leaders. We've got Monk a few seconds further back. So Morlingham recovering drive in the car number 1. Again, it's going to just be the top 3 that make it into the 1/16 final B. These cars all run together. Clement, Quinlivan, Schuler. There they are. Schuler in that yellow and blue. Quinlivan with that white, blue, and orange. All over the back of Morlingham. Coming down the straight into that first turn, going back into the infield there. Quinlivan falling a little bit behind the leading pair, but he's got loads of space behind to Monk. As long as it doesn't start losing it hand over fist. 9 minutes to go. Remember, no refueling in the touring car categories. Schuler playing it safe. Just hound the back of the leader, but don't try any passes. Just make him nervous enough to, if you can make him nervous enough to make him tip over, and that's fine, as long as you don't touch him. Coming up on lap traffic already. So 8 minutes remaining. These three running together all again. I think so, all nearly, as we're working through the lap traffic. I think Quinlivan has made up loads of time, at least a couple seconds. It's only 3 cars out of these 4 are in the top 3. So there's a 4th car in there who's, I think, 3rd of the group. No, they passed them all now. So I'm pretty sure the 4th car in this train is not going to be in our top 3 group. There we go. So now the top 3 all together now. And now it is Quinlivan all over the back of Schuler, trying to make Schuler make a mistake. Again, smart. The smart racer will not try to do any dive bomb passes because you run the risk of both of you crashing out at worst. And then you might lose 3rd place and not bump up. So we're looking at the podium spots. Oh, and someone's gone over. Someone's gone over. Who is that? I think that was... What was that? I think that was the lap traffic. We'll see when they cross the finish line here. I think it was the lap traffic. So Morlingen, Quinlivan, very close together again. Monk now in there. So Schuler is has dropped back. That was Schuler who crashed out. Monk moving up quite a bit in that white and pink. Quinlivan and Monk now just within a second, both of them, of Morlingen. Oh, and the Schuler has now crashed out. He's stuck on the grass. Mechanic having to rescue him, so he's going to lose a lot of time now. Southey, Spur, Gullikson, and Moriad, the rest of our drivers who are still running. Four and a half minutes remaining out of this 20-minute race. Quinlivan now in the lead. Morningham, Monk, Schuler way down now. Living now 5 seconds ahead of Morlingham. I'm sure Tyrone didn't really expect to go from 7th to 1st, but like any racer, will take it, I'm sure. So Gullikson looks like he's pulled off after 30 laps. I think so. So Quinlivan in the white, blue, and orange car. That's who the cameras are following. So the leading car of that pair of cars. There we go. First one into the infield there. So got a lot of breathing space behind. So a bit of pressure off with 2.5 minutes to go now. But still, got to keep it shiny side up. Morlingham making up loads of time. He was over 4 seconds behind. Now it's only 3.2. So I think with just 25 to 28 second lap times, it's very quickly going to catch up to Tyrone. Oh, Morlingham losing a lot of time now again, losing at least 1.5 seconds that lap. So this might be our finishing order as we come across Quinlivan, Morlingham, and Monk, looking to be our first bump up racers. Less a minute and 20 seconds now. 41 laps in now for Quinlivan. He's just started his 42nd lap. Forecasted to do a couple more laps beyond that. With exactly 1 minute left. This is going to be our 132B final. And very quickly after this, we're going to go straight into our 132A final. Surprisingly enough, how about that? So Quinlivan, Morlingham, Monk, Schuler missing out, Gullikson missing out, but Morlingham and Monk started first and third, finishing second and third. Quinlivan, the big winner here, literally winning the race from 7th on the grid and bumping up into the 1/16th B final, which is going to kick off, let's see, 16th B final is going to kick off at 3:39 local time. That's Swiss time, Central European time. So that's about 29 minutes from now. So make sure and set your calendars if you want to see how Tyrone does in the 1/16th B. Meanwhile, he's coming across to finish his lap, I believe. There we go. Yes, he has finished now. And a couple seconds, Clement Morlingham will be coming across to take second place for France, and Jorg Monk taking third for Germany, not far behind Morlingham. The rest of the finishers are Schuler, Suddy, Spur, Moriad, Gullikson, Kunst, and Perazzi, not finishing that one, unfortunately. So next up is going to be in a few minutes' time, 132A final. So we'll come back a couple minutes before then. So this is warm up for the 132A final. You can see the drivers that are on the track right now. This is the warm up. So 5 minutes of warm up, and then they'll get lined up on the grid, Le Mans style. Well, current Le Mans style. Well, no, not current Le Mans style because it's rolling start, isn't it? But anyway, you know what I mean. Sebastian Mancha from Sweden, starting in car 1. Arnaud Brassart from car 2 from France. In car 3, Ismael Gutierrez Aparicio from Spain. From Switzerland, Bruno Trottmann in car 4. Hector Abadju in car 5 from Spain. From Croatia, Dario Lovrinovic in car 6. In car 7, Yuli Bichel from Switzerland. Also from Switzerland is Angelo Zuger in car number 8. In car number 9, Daniel Osei from the UK. And in car number 10 from the Netherlands, Dutch racer Stanley De Jong. So again, top 3 to bump up. And we'll see how it all works out because, as you can see, it gets pretty crazy. Here, well, it can be pretty crazy. We'll see. Of course, the bottom heats or the bottom finals usually tend to have quite a wide spread of racer abilities and speeds. So we're probably going to see something similar happen again, to be honest. The 1/16th finals should be a bit closer because those guys are obviously going to be a lot closer in speed and skill, but we'll see how it goes. So we'll just let all of these drivers finish off their warm-up, and we'll come back to you in a minute. So as you can see, the drivers are supposed to be lined up in number order for the cars should be lined up in number order in the pits, and the EFRA official there acting as the starting official will be, you can see him walking down there towards where the grid is going to be. So this is the formation lap, just like an F1. Everyone starts from, well, in this case, from the pits, but then just like in F1 and other motor racing, there's a formation lap, and this is the formation lap. So we're meant to get lined up in numerical order and stay in number order. You can see where clock is stopped. So I think the timekeeper stopped it. So we're about to get going, and here we are. Time has started. So we've got a three-way battle for second now. Ooh, now a two-way battle. So it looks like Mancha in that red top car. Leading the way. Really good first lap. Massive gap to everyone else. And for his sake, I hope he can maintain it, because it looks like everyone else is chomping at the bit to get past, or catch up at least. Everyone wanting to finish in that top three spots. 20-minute race. And we've got just under 19 remaining. And is that... Bressart has now moved. Bressart and Abad Gutierrez has had a massive falling off. Bressart, Abad, Trotman all ahead of Gutierrez, way down the order now. From third to second to ninth. That's how it goes in racing sometimes. So I think, where are we at here? So this is Mancha in the white and red car with the black top. Bressart, trying to identify him. He's not that blue car, I don't think. 6 seconds behind. That lap car just going over as we were switching away. 26.2 fastest lap for Mancha. That's fantastic. So Bressart in the all blue car. And Abad. Let's see if I can get the identify the color. Looks like white and red. So quite a spread out field here. Mancha, Bressart, and Abad, cars 1, 2, and 5. And we're following the car 4 of Bruno Trotman in the car numbers 4. I think it's this yellow and orange car. Mancha, Bressart, and Abad still our leading trio. Bressart and Abad very close together on track, just a half second apart. Trotman in the yellow and orange car, just a few seconds behind, just waiting and hoping to pick up the pieces should Bressart and Abad decide to start joining battle. So 15 and a half minutes left in this one. Next race up is going to be the 1/16 B final, where we have just witnessed young Mr. Tyrone from the UK and Morlingham and Monk from Germany taking the first, second, and third spots to bump up. So Mancha's fastest lap time, 26 flat, as you can see on the screen there. So fastest lap and leading this race. And, well, if things hold out for the next 14 and a half minutes, he's going to be running in the 1/16 A final and hoping to bump up from there. So we'll see if we get any double bump ups, but it's going to be a big ask, I think. The Touring Car Open category is pretty spread out and very, very highly contested. Of course, it gets harder and harder to move up the further forward you go. And of course, your car starts to wear out, your engine starts to wear out, start running out of tires, and start running out of time to remember to refuel, change batteries, and make sure you have enough power and everything. Running order still: Mancha, Abad, Bressart, and Trotman. Gutierrez looks like he's recovering. Let's see, his last lap time was 27.7, which is not quite as fast as Bruno Trotman. But they're in the same area of track at the moment. So we'll see Trotman doing a 27.4 and Gutierrez doing a 27.3. So not making up a massive amount of time, but a tenth at a time is good enough. He might be able to get into fourth position in the over the next several laps. And then he still has quite a bit of time to catch up to Bressart in third. So we're following Abad Ju. Abad Ju is from Spain, so came quite a distance. Enjoying the sun and leisure activities at the MRTM Lostallo circuit. Mancha still well in the lead, 11 seconds ahead. So Bressard a further 7 seconds behind Abad Ju, who's in second. And as I said, 11 seconds or so behind Mancha. So pretty spread out field now for the top three bump up positions. approaching the halfway mark. Remember, no refueling on this, no tire changes. I'm not sure that there's anything in the rules that say no tire changes, but generally, no one changes tires. No, I'm pretty sure that you are allowed to change tires. I'm sure, because in Groningen last year, we did see some racers who went out on the wets or the dries, and they had a set of tires waiting for them should they tell the mechanics they wanted to change tires. But no one changed tires as far as I'm aware. It would have added at least 45 seconds or a minute maybe to their race time, and it would just taken so much time to do that change. So Mancha 15 seconds ahead of Hector Abadjou now, who's 16 seconds ahead of Arnaud Brassart. The battle really ought to be between Brassart and Gutierrez, but they are 7 seconds apart on the track. So it doesn't look like Gutierrez is going to be making up much time. Actually, he was just a tiny bit slower than Brassart last time around. So I think Gutierrez has probably gotten as far as he can go. Now just under 9 minutes remaining, 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Mancha on the cusp of achieving 47 laps in his 20 minutes of racing. And he's now on pace to do that, considering he's pretty much running in clear air, about a half a lap ahead, or actually more than half a lap ahead of second place racer. He can, if he wants to, he can really put down some fast lap times if he really wants. It's 26.3 second lap time. Fastest time at 25.9. So he's already beaten his early race fastest lap time. But Hector Abadjou doing a 25.8. Someone getting recovered there by the marshal. You see the marshal, well, the mechanic, I should say, walking along the infield there. Only the mechanics, again, allowed to marshal the cars, as in rescue them from being crashed or flipped upside down or anything like that. And you're not allowed to do more than a handful of start attempts. Abadjou doing just a bit faster lap time that time around, 25.859. If you're curious what the fastest lap time overall is, it's been 24.8, a full second faster, and that was by Emanuele D'Amico from Italy. Who's our TQ man, setting TQ 4 times in a row. And there he goes, just a bit faster again, Abadjou. Mancha now 10.2 seconds ahead of Abadjou, as you can see on the timing. So Abadjou putting down some fast laps, but the last time around just going about a tenth of a second slower. He's dropped down to 11 laps behind, or 11 seconds behind. There's Mancha going underneath the bridge, going over the main straight. I must say, it's a very solid-looking bridge. Doesn't look anything like the bridge from Temple of Doom. It's all bouncy and wavy. So Mancha looking like he's going to be settling in this final 4 minutes. Abaju making up another second or so. Still nearly 10 seconds behind. So unless Mancha really gets the scaries and starts making lots of mistakes, Mancha looks like he's going to be settling in for the win on this one and starting, I believe it's going to be 8th on the grid. Gutierrez looking like he's not making any more inroad into Brassart for 3rd. Oh, well, I say that, and he's actually just swapped positions. He's taken that position from Brassart. So missed that out on track, but Gutierrez now recovering, fully recovering, and taking Arnaud Brassart's spot. Actually, no, it's Brassart actually has had a problem because now De Jong has passed him, Trotman has passed him. What's happened to Brassart? I see some movement in the pit lane, but I can't tell what it is. Brassart down to 6th place and not counting, so something has happened to Brassart, something critical. So Gutierrez taking full advantage there. That's why it pays to stay consistent. Even if you have a bad early few laps, you can recover by the end of the race and be able to bump up. So now let's see what De Jong's distance to Gutierrez is. I think it's over a lap. No, it's what's it? 19 seconds behind. So now Gutierrez can maybe calm down. These drivers are allowed to use two-way communication to their mechanics underneath them. So the mechanics, of course, I'm sure when there's an issue, getting the full brunt of the driver's rage in the red mist. But if I were Gutierrez's mechanic, I'd be saying, okay, you are in third. You are in third. Settle down. You've got almost a lap. You're almost a lap ahead of the 4th place racer. Just settle down and just keep it clean. That's all you have to do. There's no point trying to catch Abad, and there's no point trying to pull a distance away from 4th place because you're 2 laps behind Abad, and he is 20 seconds or so ahead of 4th place racer, and there's less than a minute to go. So 40 seconds left in this one. And it's looking very good for Gutierrez. A great recovery drive, and that's why it pays for these endurance races. Remember, this is 20 minutes. It's twice as long as a qualifying race that we've been watching all morning. Mancha, Abad, Gutierrez is going to be our finishing order. Mancha leading start to finish. And time has sounded. Next racer over the line is going to be Lorinčević and then Mancha for his win. And we're just going to let the rest of them all trundle across. And there's our official finishing order. Abad taking the fastest lap in that one. But the important fact for him is that he finished second. So he'll be bumping up into the 116th A with Mancha in 8th place, Abad in 9th, and Gutierrez Aparicio in 10th place. So great job, guys. Really unfortunate for our Arnaud Bressart running in 3rd place for all that time and something happening right at the end of the race and allowing Gutierrez Aparicio to take the 3rd. So we'll just take a break and we'll be back during the warm-up period for the 116th B final. Okay, so a minute and a half for the warm-up period. Actually, it's no longer the warm-up period. At 2 minutes to go before the race start, they're called into the pits, and you will see the pit lane cam, I'm sure, very soon. But this one, we have got Havard Gullikson, Darren Osger from Turkey. Gullikson is from Norway. Tomas Romero Lorente from Spain. From Switzerland, we have Martin Carroll, Andy Zula, Paolo Bellotti, Davide De Feo. From the UK, we have our bump up racers of Tyrone Quinlivian, Clement Morlingham, and Jorg Monke. So this is the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships, live from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland, just north of, is it Milan? Just north of Lake Como in Italy, literally on the border of Switzerland and Italy in the Swiss Alps. So a beautiful area of the world and a beautiful circuit at a great model car racing club. And there's our starting grid. Time about to go, and there we go. Horn is sounded. 20 minutes of 1/16 final B action for the touring car open category is underway. The white, pink, and blue of Gullikson off and away. He's already got a 3-second lead over second place Paolo Bellotti. Gullikson already setting the fastest lap at 26.6. We'll see if anybody can better that one. He's already got a 4-second lead. Morlingham, wow, a massive jump for Morlingham from the 9th place on the grid. Could he be? He's already a top contender for a double bump up. Morlingham running the orange, white, and orange car. Can't quite see it because he's 7 seconds behind Bellotti, who's also himself 5 seconds behind Gullikson. Gullikson's just gone over. So he's lost about a second there, but champions roll, and he's landed on his wheels. So going to be following Tomas Romero now, who's 9 seconds behind Morlingham in 3rd place. Trying to catch Morlingham. Again, always for these sub-finals, all of the finals that we're going to be watching today are top 3 to bump up. So Romero, 9 seconds, or is that half a second? I think that's total time to leader, not individual gaps. So I think these 3 cars are Morlingham, Romero, and Osger. Yes, Morlingham is that white, orange, and orange, white, and orange car. We're running in the middle. Romero is the lead of these cars. And pulling away from the battle, letting the other 2 fight it out. Morlingham now in a battle with Quinlivian. So they're fighting over 5th place. Morlingham dropping back. And yeah, Quinlivian is taking that spot now. So Quinlivian in the white, blue, and orange car. It's a few seconds behind the car we're following, but you can just about see them battling. This white, blue, and orange car just coming around the sweeper there, closest to the camera. That's Tyrone Quinlivian. Here we are, going down the straight now. That's Quinlivian. So 15 minutes left to go in this 1/16th B final at the EFRA Large Scale Touring Car and Formula One European Championships from Lostallo in Switzerland. I want to thank very much our sponsors, RC Fox, Mechatech Racing Components, Samba Exhausts and Airboxes, SCS M2, RCCarOnline.de, and of course, thank Poolstart TV for the images. I'm Frank from RC Racing TV. You'll let us know what you think of the racing and the action and who you're cheering for in the comments. Up front in this one, we've got Harvard Gullikson in the car 1, followed by Paolo Bellotti, who's 10 seconds behind. Battling with Bellotti is Romero and Osgur, Tomas Romero and Darren Osgur. It's a very tight battle. Romero and Quinlivian pretty much running together. Doesn't mean Gullikson has it easy. He needs to keep it rubber side down. 13.5 minutes to go in this one. 20-minute race overall. White, blue, and orange cars, Tyrone Quinlivian from the UK. Now following the lead car of Håvard Gullikson from Norway. Led this one from the start. Bellotti and Romero running a little bit closer now, pulling away from Quinlivian, who's neck and neck with Andy Zuhl, who's moved up into 5th place now. Martin Carell looking to take advantage of any coming together that they might have. Meanwhile, Bellotti and Romero very, very close together as well. There were Oscar somewhere along the way taking the fastest lap spot with a 25.5. That's super fast. So Andy Zuhl now taken over the 4th place spot from Quinn Livin. Let's see what he's able to do, and if he's able to catch Romero. They're just a little bit behind each other, about not quite 5, maybe about 4.5 seconds. So 10 minutes left to go in this one, halfway through. Once again, just as a reminder, no refueling. Got Gullikson out in the lead, very big lead. Bellotti and Romero running very close together. If they're smart, they will not be bumping and barging each other. Quinn Livin looks like maybe he's used up his tires a bit too much, or just getting a little bit tired from actually racing or something. He's falling away from Zula. And Zula just about 5 seconds behind Romero, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. Marshall out in the middle, retrieving a car stuck in the grass. And the car immediately goes back onto the grass. I think the steering's gone on it. Marshall, by Marshall I mean the mechanic for that car, because only the mechanic for a particular car is allowed to go out and turn marshal the car. So that's how that works in large-scale touring car. So Gullikson with a, nearly a 14-second lead over Tomas Romero, who himself has a 2.5-second lead over Paolo Bellotti. Bellotti with about, is that 3.5 seconds over Zula? So Zula catching Bellotti. So this is going to be a battle coming up pretty soon. We'll try and keep track of where they are on the track. Bellotti, I think it's this blue car. Just under 7 minutes remaining now. So that orange, white, and orange car is Morlingham. So well ahead of them. They're just around them, actually about to lap them, is Bellotti. I think the yellow... I think this is Zula there, that white, yellow, and blue. Which would make Bellotti, this car there, No, the orange, white, orange, and blue. They're very, very close on track now. Just about a second apart. Bellotti not making any inroads on the, or just starting to make inroads on the lap traffic. He just lapped Morlingham. 5.5 minutes left now. And where's Osger? Osger, is he catching? I think he's also catching Zula. So this could be a very complicated battle now. Zula is orange and white. No, that is Morningham still. So they've worked. Everyone's worked their way around Morningham now. He was looking good early on to be one of our, possibly our first double bump up. What's the gap between Bellotti and it's very, very close. They're nose to tail now. Zula in that silver and blue. I think it's this silver and blue of Zula. And I think it's gotten past now. Nope. Just reading it slightly wrong. It's our battle for third there. White, yellow, and blue is Zula. Bellotti is the white, orange, and blue. Well, white, blue, orange, I should say. But then confusing things, there's another white, blue, and orange cart immediately in front. So not sure if they're, they might be from the same team. No, they're from different countries. So I'm not sure what the deal is there. Oh, a little bit. Who's gone off track there? Was that a pass? So the last minute and 45 seconds. We go back to our leader, Havard Gulliksen from Norway. Bellotti holding off Zula just about. Romero still running second, but our leader of Havard Gulliksen with 1.5 minutes remaining. Gigantic lead of over 12 seconds. coming down to a minute. So it's just going to be just about 2 laps remaining on this one. Taking the win in the 1/16 B final at the EFRA Large Scale Touring Car and Formula One European Championships in Lostallo, Switzerland, is going to be Håvard Gulliksen. Just needs to finish this lap and 1, possibly 2 more. Half a minute remaining. So now, yes, it's going to be, I think he's on his last lap, Håvard. Not far off the 47 lap pace, but he's going to finish with 46 laps completed. It's just about 5 seconds left to go in this run, and he's just about to come across the finish line to take a well-deserved win. 12-second lead. Blimey. 12-second lead over Tomas Romero Lorente. Andy Zula did end up taking Paolo Bellotti. We'll see if the battle comes to the line. I think this is it coming through this sweeper. And Zula, there we go. Zula taking third off of Bellotti. So unfortunate for Bellotti at the end. But we'll come back in a couple minutes during the last bits of warm-up for the 1/16 A final. That was a 1/16 B final here in Switzerland. Okay. Just about to get going with the 1/16 A. Just a few seconds to go. Ramon Schmidt, Bianca Trotman, and Marco Mons leading us off. Looks like we haven't had a check-in from Stanley De Jong, our third of the 132nd A bump-ups. And come together at the back there. It's never good to start at the back, but to start even further back on the last lap, not good either. Ramon Schmidt way off to a great lead. That white and pink, I think it is. Second place of Trotman, one of the big losers out on that first lap. Mons and Fuchs moving up from third and fourth on the grid into second and third. Abadju loving it, starting from ninth on the grid in fourth now. So let's hope he's able to make it to the end in the same position. Looks like we've had a bit of a swap around. Schmidt, what happened to Schmidt? I didn't see what happened to him. He fell way down the order, our number one car. Fastest lap, 25.2, and running last now. So it's Mons and Fuchs taking advantage. Mons with the white, orange, and blue. Fuchs trying to make out the color, white and red. Abadju loving it in the third position there. And 5 seconds ahead of fourth and fifth place racers, Mancha and Hervé. So our lead cars stuck together like glue, just 0.4 of a second apart. It's going to take some effort for Schmidt to recover from 8th position. Must have had a crash and had to get recovered, but it's going to take some time. So we'll see how that goes. These are 20-minute races. 16 and a half minutes to go in this 1/16 A final. Pictures brought to you by Pool Start TV. Commentary brought to you by RC Racing TV. Thank you very much for watching. You're watching the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships from Lostallo in Switzerland. The club is the MRTM Model Racing Club. You see, it looks like a gorgeous day. Very warm track, very high grip. Quite a bit different than the racers are used to. The ones who've been here several times. Usually by this time of an event weekend, they're traction rolling or grip rolling. Not this time though. battle, four-way battle for fifth place there between Shoveler, Hervé, Schmidt, and Fischer. Trotman a few seconds behind them. So 14 and a half minutes. We're approaching that mark. Schmidt slowly working his way forward back again. Started in first and had a massive lead, and we didn't see it, but had to have gone over and flipped over a bit. So Fuchs falling back away a little bit from Mons. He was about a half a second behind, but now is 1.2 seconds. As you can see on the timing there. So all Fuchs has to do is stay just ahead of Abad and just behind Mons, and he'll be bumping up. Top three drivers to be bumping up into the 1/8 A finals, which will be coming up shortly, actually, immediately after this race. So we have a lot more of these subfinals for the Touring Car Open category because we just have twice as many racers in this category than we do for the Touring Car Sport and the Formula One categories. So just in case anyone was wondering. And there's also a maximum allowed of 10 racers per final, basically. If you remember, in the qualifying, which finished a couple hours ago, we were seeing 13 and 14 racers in some of those qualifiers. The racers from the 132A that bumped up were Mancha, Gutierrez, and Abad. Abad currently in the position to double bump up, which is pretty good. Fuchs falling another 0.7 further behind Mons, but Abad in a comfortable spot, a few seconds behind Fuchs and several seconds ahead of Schmidt, who's steadily moving forward now. So Schmidt, let's have a look at his last lap time, 25.2, Abad 25.9. And again, Schmidt doing a 25.2, so another half a lap gained on Abad. And they are just about 3.5 seconds apart now. See mechanic marshaling for their car. That was the number 7 of Dieter Fischer. And accordingly, Dieter's running at the back now. His mechanic probably had to go quite a distance to go retrieve and rescue the car. So Dieter now running at the back with Trotman just ahead. Fraser Shoveler from the UK, Pascal Hervé, Sebastian Mancha, Ramon Schmidt. Now, what's that, about 1.5 seconds behind? No, it's about 2.5 seconds behind Abad, who hasn't made up any ground on Andy Fuchs. Fuchs dropping back just a little bit from Mons. We're approaching the halfway mark, and I'll keep saying it just as a reminder because we're kind of used to seeing this in the in a car. Who's that? That's the white and blue car tipping over, somersaulting into the into one of the infield sections there. Let's see if we can see a A marshal running across. Someone's gone to rescue it. See who's had a slow lap time last time around. We'll keep an eye on that. 35-second lap time for Fraser Shoveler. So I think that was Fraser from the UK going end over end. Fuchs making up a couple tenths on Mons. Abad pulling further back. See what the distance is between Abad and Schmidt now. It's just about 2 seconds. Almost exactly 2 seconds. Marco Mons from Switzerland, followed by Andy Fuchs, also from Switzerland. These two, I'm sure they'll know each other quite well and will have been on this track many, many times before. Meanwhile, Hector Abadju from Spain probably hasn't been to this track as much as either of those drivers. Ramon Schmidt, who started in the #1 car, so top position. Also probably pretty quick himself, as you can see from the fastest lap graphic that's just popped up. 25.1 second lap time, and that puts him just about, literally about a half a second behind Abad. So hopefully we swap over to Abad soon. You can see them just there. Schmidt in that white and pink car. Abad in the white, red, and black. There we go. Just coming around the sweeper now. Schmidt about to put the pass on Abad. And it looks like 3 of them about to put a pass on a lapped car with just under 8 seconds left. You're about to see, oh, someone's gone off. Marshal or mechanic already running across the track. Oh, that's the white and blue car. Is that, can't tell if that was just out of control or just trying to get some traction and get back out onto the track surface. But meanwhile, Ramon Schmidt in the #1 taking 3rd place off of Abad. No, who was that went out? That was 2nd place. That was Mons who went over. That was our leader of Mons. So it's Fuchs, Abad, and Schmidt. So Schmidt can maybe play it safe or just go ahead and go for the pass, because he's actually going to catch Fuchs, I believe, with 7 minutes left to go. So the orders all change now, all change. Marco Mons down to 6th place. Getting caught up with, I believe it was a back marker. I couldn't tell who it was, but I believe it was a back marker, with Andy Fuchs taking advantage, moving from 2nd into 1st. Abad moved from 3rd into 2nd, and Schmidt, who was very, very rapidly catching Abad, and probably still is just about half a second behind. And you can see Abad is the middle of these 3 cars there. The white car is a back marker. So it's Fuchs, Abad, and Schmidt. Mancha, Mons, Hervé, Shoveler, Fischer, and Trotman. Looks like Schmidt is holding station. 0.3 of a second behind Abad. And neither of them are putting any time into Fuchs. So Schmidt has plenty of time here to sort of settle down a bit and gird his loins for getting back into second position. Just holding station, putting the pressure on Abad, and we'll see if he tries to put a pass on. It's all over the back bumper of that orange and blue car. There's another car upside down. Abad holding on under the intense pressure from Ramon Schmidt. Fuchs still leading away. Now 4 seconds ahead of Abad. Schmidt seems to be relatively happy in third. He knows it's a bump up spot. Maybe just saving his car and, I mean, certainly not going for the dive bomb. But with 3 minutes now and counting, he's going to go for it. And just, you know, be thinking maybe why not start from 9th instead of 10th. So amazingly, Ramon Schmidt starting from first, making a mistake early on, dropping down to 9th. So the last car running, because De Jong didn't start this race. And slowly working his way back through the field, including putting in the fastest lap of the race of 25.1 seconds, which is a full, nearly a half a second faster than any other car out there in this race. And now he's sitting all over the back of Hector's orange, white, and blue car. And now he's made the pass. He's just made the pass, that white and pink car. Just made the pass, and we'll see that confirmed on the timing. I think. Yes. Okay, it took a little while to come through, but yes, he made the pass. So there you go. Like I said, why not start in 9th instead of 10th? So is he going to try and catch Andy now? So it's 2 Swiss racers who are probably, again, like I said, quite familiar with this circuit. Oh, and Schmidt getting caught up with one of the back markers there. So it's going to be a slightly longer lap than he would have liked, with 45 seconds left to go. I think Andy... Oh, no, that was... sorry, that was Andy Fuchs, who was making his way off of the grass there. Couldn't quite see what had happened. So Ramon Schmidt starting from first, dropping down the 9th and working his way through the field on the very last lap, taking the leader of Andy Fuchs to finish first, from 1st to 9th back up to first on the last lap. That's Ramon Schmidt passing Andy Fuchs for the lead in this 1/16 A final, with Hector Abadju, our first double bump-up racer. Fabulous work from both of them, from Schmidt and Abadju. Oh, great job. So we're just waiting for Fuchs to finish. Oh, yeah, he's finished now and comes across to make it official. So unfortunate for Marco Mans dropping out of the top 3 there, but what a story from Ramon and Hector as well. 2 separate stories. Ramon starting first, dropping down the 9th very early on. Luckily, it happened early on, and he had time to work his way through the field and along the way get the fastest lap of the race. And next up, we're going to have the 1/8 final B. So there's our official finishing order. So these guys are going to have, let's see, just curiosity. So the 1/16 A just finished for open touring car. So the 1/8 A, let's see. So we're a few minutes behind, but that was scheduled to finish at 4:26, and the next time they're out is at for the 1/8 A is 5 o'clock even. So that's 34 minutes is the scheduled time in between the racing. So if you can imagine, poor Hector there doing a race for 20 minutes. He doesn't have to marshal, luckily, but he has to get prepped and refueled, change the batteries, new set of tires on, just make sure nothing's broken very, very quickly. You have 34 minutes to do that before your next race. And then you have to do it all over again for the next race, for the 1/8 A. So that is what Hector has to look forward to. And as well as Roman Schmidt and Andy Fuchs. Sorry, Ramon Schmidt. So we'll just take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, so 30 seconds before the 1/8 B starts. This is the formation lap. So in this one, we've got Marco Harleman from the Netherlands, Sam Vaser from Switzerland, Luc Vandenberg from the Netherlands, Kevin Tollenaars, also from the Netherlands, Frenchman Didier Dehaan, Jean Carroll from the Czech Republic, from Germany, Carsten Wolf, Havard Gullikson, Thomas Laurenti Romero, and Andy Zule are bump-up racers from the 1/16 Final B. Just waiting for the last car to line up now. There we go. Race official happy with that. The clock counting down once again. Off down the straight. That's another thing the bump-up racers have to do is change the numbers on their cars to make sure they're using the correct number. Otherwise, they won't be allowed to start. So first two off, these two, the white and blue of Harleman. Chased by Vaser. And Vaser already dropping way down the order. Luc Vandenberg, our two-wheel drive buggy European champion in that green car. Making good chase. Just a second behind. Kevin Tollenaars taking advantage as well. Tight battle. Tight battle for the second, third, fourth, fifth spots. These races, 20 minutes, 18 and a half minutes left to go. Vandenberg setting the fastest lap, chasing down Harleman. .24.9. Not that much faster than Harleman, but Harleman setting a fast lap of his own, 24.8. It's the top three drivers to bump up in all of these finals. No refueling, no tire changes. Main final going to be 30 minutes, and guess how long these cars are usually last on a full tank of 700 cc's of fuel? Just about 30 minutes. The last couple of minutes are usually absolutely nail-biting. And in the hot weather especially that the racers have been experiencing, high grip means high speeds, lots of full throttle driving, and got to be very, very careful with that throttle. Sam Vaser, car number 2, down in 8th position. I'm not sure he's going to have as easy of a time, but at least he fell down the order early on. He can try to come back like Ramon did in the last race we just watched, the 1/16th A. Vandenberg and Tollenaars trying to chase down Marco Harleman. Meanwhile, Didier Dehaan is a little bit behind, chased by Jan Carroll. They're pretty much tied together on the track. past 16 minutes remaining. Harleman, Vandenberg, Tollenars, Dehaan, Gullikson, one of our bump-up racers, 8, 9, and 10 are bump-up racers for each of these sub-finals. Gullikson moving up past John Carroll. So now into fourth, chasing down Kevin Tollenars. So Harleman, that fastest lap, still in the lead, 3.7 second advantage over Vandenberg. And Tollenars, another 2.5 seconds behind Vandenberg. So again, spread out. Vaser starting to move forward. Is in 6th position now. He dropped down to 8th. Next race up is going to be the 1/8 sub-final A. And then we we have a pair of quarterfinals. This will be the first time that we see the F1 large-scale cars out on track and the sport cars out on track for their finals. And those are also 20-minute sub-finals. So today's racing action is going to complete at about a little bit after, maybe a quarter of an hour after 7 p.m. local time. That's Central European time. Tomorrow's racing will pick up again at about 9 a.m. local time. So again, that's Central European time. Make sure to adjust your calendar and set your alarms accordingly. Meanwhile, Marco Harleman in the number 1 car, 4.1 seconds ahead of Luke Vandenberg from the Netherlands. Luke is approaching, is about 4.5 seconds ahead of a Norwegian racer, Havard Gullikson, who could be our second double bump-up racer. Along the way, Harleman has done another fastest lap, beating his own race lap record of 24.8. He's down to 24.775. So Harleman still in the lead, 4.8 second lead now over Luke Vandenberg. Gullikson still third. We're approaching the halfway mark, And as is tradition today, just remind you that there's no refueling. This car is running a 23cc engine, is a maximum allowed engine, Zenoa style. Of course, this is the open category, so these engines can be very, very expensive if you have all the modifications and tuning done to them. Gullikson about 7 seconds behind Vandenberg. Carroll, when you look at the gap between Carroll and Gullikson, that looks like it's very, very close, actually. Gullikson actually has just been passed by Carroll, so that's why we need to look at that gap. And Tolinar's right behind Gullikson as well, so it's actually a three-way battle, four-way battle for third place. It's that gaggle of cars that's coming through the infield. So we'll keep an eye on that on timing, as the cameras from Pulsar are following the leader. So now it is Carroll, Vaser, Gullikson, and Tolinars. So Tolinars falling back as Vaser's working his way through in that number 2 car. Vaser, I'm sure, making full use of any sort of familiarity he has with this car, with the circuit. So now Vaser almost just about 4 seconds behind Carroll. We'll see how that has changed over the course of the lap. It is now 3.7, no. Is that 3.5 seconds, I think. But I think Vaser, same thing we saw with Ramon in the last race. Vaser crashing out early on. I think it was a second lap. And using the time wisely, being patient, and working his way back through the field. He looks like he's going to catch up to third place very, very quickly. Now just about 3 seconds behind. Let's see what it is this time around. Yes, it's about 2.5 seconds now. Every lap, just getting closer and closer and closer. Parliament still comfortably in the lead, well ahead of Luke Vandenberg, 6.6 seconds last time around. Carroll getting chased down by Sam Vaser. Now about just about 1.5 seconds behind now, so it's getting very, very close between them. Vaser now right behind Carroll. 0.3 of a seconds between them as they're coming into the infield. And you can see just at the back of the shot. Vaser now taking over that third position from Carroll. So good use of time, 5 minutes and counting in this race. Vaser pulling ahead from Carroll, making a good gap. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch up to Luke Vandenberg. He's got a 10-second deficit to Vandenberg and 4 minutes to do it. I'm going to guess it's going to be a bit of an ask because Vaser has been using up his tires, using up his energy, held in those tires to chase down, basically to get back anywhere close to a bump-up position, starting second, dropping down to 8th, and working his way back into 3rd. Luke Vandenberg having a couple of slow laps, 26.3 the last time around, 24.8 for Vaser, 25.5 that time for Vaser, and let's see what Vandenberg is able to do this time. I'm sure his mechanic acting as spotter, probably telling him that the previous second place car of Sam moving up rapidly, and Vandenberg putting in a 25.6 lap, second lap. And see what Vaser's able to do, 25.3. So Vaser just catching this the tiniest bit that time around, but still nearly 9 seconds between them, and there's a lot of time, not much time, and it's a rapidly diminishing amount of time. Vandenberg a 10th slower that last time around. Oh, Vaser having a slow lap that time, so losing a couple of seconds, so I don't think it's going to be possible for Vaser to catch Vandenberg with 2.5 minutes left to go. And they're very, very close on lap times, basically. It's going to be a big order for Vaser to fill. 25.6 that last time around for Vandenberg. 25.1 for Harleman. So Harleman's still pushing. So 25.6 for Vandenberg, 25.4 for Vaser. So 0.2 of a second per lap is not going to be able to be quick enough with only 2 minutes remaining. That's about 5 laps at best. So at best, that's going to be maybe a second closer that Vaser is going to be able to do, unless Luke makes a fairly big mistake, and it's still about a 10-second gap between them. 25.3 for Luke that time. 25.3 for Vaser last time. Let's see what he does this time. 25.3 again. So yes, pretty even on lap times. Vaser using a lot of his tires. Luke Vandenberg with a nice fat gap to Harleman under no pressure and able to save his tires to the end when he needed them. He's an off-road racer, and he just won the large-scale off-road two-wheel drive European Championships, so he knows how to conserve his tires. 25.2 for both of them last time around. Still a 10-second difference between them. 25.8 for that time. That time for Luke. 25.2 for Vaser. So it's a half a second gained. It's not going to be enough with half a minute remaining. Next time around will be the last time around before they finish their run. Luke crosses line to start his last lap. Vaser coming across in a few seconds. 25.3 for Luke that time. So Harleman is going to be taking this one with 8 seconds left. 26-second last lap time. And there's our checker flag waving official. Carsten Wolf already finishing. Marco Harleman. Luke Vandenberg crossing the line now. Gullikson, I'm sure, very disappointed to finish fourth, but a very close run to double bump up. Vaser also finishing. Harleman going to be coming across to be the only driver to complete 49 laps. So that is Marco Harleman taking the win with Vandenberg second and Vaser in third. So a great job for Vaser and a good controlled race from both Harleman and Vandenberg to promote themselves into the quarterfinals. And those will be kicking off tomorrow. So they have all evening to kick back, have an adult beverage or 6 or so, maybe not that many, and rebuild their cars for tomorrow. So plenty of time to do that. So that was the 1/8 final B, the 1/8 final A coming up next. And that is for large scale touring car open class. So we'll be back in a few minutes, just at the end of their warm-up period. So welcome back to live coverage from Lostallo, Switzerland for the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships for 2024. That's our EFRA official getting things lined up properly. We've got Mika Hazenberg, David Castelvi, Alish Pique Fernandez, Adrian Vignacoto, Andrew Heslop, Miles Dixon, Kenneth McCann, Ramon Schmidt. It's the first of our bump ups. So a great race from him earlier. And starting in 9th and 10th is Andy Fuchs and Hector Abadjou. Mika Hazenberg leading him off in that yellow and orange car. Oh, great job. These early laps, very, very important. We're building a gap for the lead cars to get away. It's already got a half a second lead almost. Vignacoto in that car 4, managing to get ahead of Castelvi and Piquet. Meanwhile, Hazenberg setting fastest lap time, 25.5, now at 25.4. Vignacoto not that far behind with his fast lap, 25.458 to 25.448. Again, fastest lap for Hazenberg, 25.1 that time around. He's flying, wanting to make a big gap to everybody else. 1.2 seconds now. And another 1 point, no, is that 2.8, 1.8 to Castelvi, something like that. Castelvi and Piquet Fernandez very close together on track. Battle for third. So 17 and a half minutes remaining. This could go on the entire race, or it could all end in tears. You never know. So if you want to see the large-scale F1 cars, stick around for the next race. Oh, and it looks like Andy Fuchs, one of our bump-up racers, did not start this one, so mild tragedy for him. It's a big shame. Possibly something to do with something broken on the car or just not able to get it ready in time. Like I said earlier, it's just barely half an hour between the end of the race and the start of the next race. But if you can get out of, if you can bump up from this 1/8 final for at least the touring car open category, you have all evening and even the morning to get ready for your 1/4 final A tomorrow morning. So the quarterfinals for touring car sport and large-scale F1 are next. So those will be the final races of the day. They'll actually go in reverse order. So it'll be large-scale F1 and touring car sport. So Castelvi, I believe, is in the white car. And the pinkish car is Ramon Schmidt. Yes, so white and pink. We know that car as Ramon Schmidt, our top bump-up racer from the 1/16 A final. And he's wanting to get up into third place. plenty of time to really pile the pressure on for these racers. 15 and a half minutes left. So that's this white car followed by the white and pink car just coming close to the camera right there. And Ramon trying to put a pass on, but having to keep it clean. There's two pairs of referee eyes watching the track at all times, and between them deciding, okay, are we going to watch the lead battles? Are we going to watch the race to call traffic for the leaders? We like to call the verbal blue flags, or it looks like Schmidt looks like has made a mistake. He's made a mistake and he's fallen back a bit. He's fallen back a few seconds actually. Abadju a little bit further behind, so not able to take advantage of the mistake by Schmidt. Can't tell if that was a pass attempt or what had happened there. Heisenberg well in the lead. Now an absolutely flat 25.000 fastest lap time. Vignacota from the number 4 car in second. Mut Castelvi still running third. So the third place battle is the one that we're most interested in, really. Because that is the final bump up position. And we're approaching 7 minutes completed in the race, so it means there's about 13 minutes left to go. And I think Muscastelvi has made a mistake and allowed Schmidt to get ahead, as well as Abadju. So Schmidt, possibly a double bump up, and if not him, it will be Abadju, maybe. And that happened in the last couple of laps. Running order: Heisenberg, Vignacotto, Schmidt, Abadju, who the cameras are following. Schmidt has about 6.5 seconds to make up on Vignacotto. Abadju about a little over the same amount of time to make up to Schmidt to try and catch Ramon to battle for that third place spot. Abadju running fourth. Approaching the halfway mark. 11.5 minutes to go. Oh, and I think that is, who was that crashing out? I think it was Mut Castelvi dropping down to 8th, possibly 9th. Heisenberg, Vignacotto, Schmidt. Schmidt now taking the fastest lap time, 24.9. Actually, 24.935, just the tiniest bit better than Heisenberg's best lap time of 24.962. So beating is 25.000. It was a nice round number, but 0.962, that works too. One of my favorite Porsche racing Porsches. 935, pretty cool as well from Ramon Schmidt. So 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes. So 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. Again, my once a race reminder, there is no refueling in the touring car category in either of them. Next race we're going to see up is the large scale F1. So those guys will be getting their cars to the pit area and getting them started for the first sub-final that we'll see from them, the quarterfinals. So we're going to see the quarterfinal, a pair of quarterfinals first, and the top three from those will bump up into the semifinals. Semifinals A and B will kick off tomorrow morning, and then we'll have the main final. So pretty spread out for the top three, but the gap between Schmidt and Piquet, Abadju has been passed by Piquet. The gap between Piquet and Schmidt. Schmidt still in third. The gap is, let me wait a few seconds for Schmidt's time to refresh. Is 11 seconds, so still a big amount of time. So Schmidt can almost sort of just sit back a little bit. He is catching Vignacotto. There's only 3 seconds or so between them, so Vignacotto definitely under threat. So these two drivers separated by just a couple seconds now. Less than 2.5 seconds between Vignacotto and Schmidt. Hasenberg about 14 seconds ahead of Vignacotto. It's more than half a lap. So Schmidt is the white and pink car out there on the track. Schmidt now right behind, less than a second behind Vignacotto. And the pass is imminent. Just there going into the infield, chasing the white and green car, I believe, is Vignacotto. So Schmidt has successfully made that pass now. He's already pulling away from Vignacotto. But still, Vignacotto still in the bump up positions. Top three, remember. Just approaching 4.5 minutes remaining in the race. This is the 1/8 final A for the EFRA Large Scale Touring Car and Formula One European Championships for 2024 from Lostallo in Switzerland. The beautiful MRTM club in Lostallo, putting in tons and tons of work over the last several weeks to repair and fix the campground and the track and the facilities after a devastating flood and rockfall. You see all the cliffs and the valleys that surround the track. So Schmidt in the pink and white, trying to catch now Hazenberg. Well, it's 15 seconds ahead with 3.5 minutes to go. Schmidt going to be another double bump up. Abadju, our first bump up racer, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it this time to make it a triple. But Schmidt either seating himself well out of position or just having fantastic luck and great driving. Able to bump up once and bump up again. Or no, see, he didn't bump up last time. He started first, it went down to 9th and finished first. So it's not a double bump up. This is his if he does do this, it will be a double bump up, yes. He hasn't double bumped up yet, but he's looking very likely with less than 2.5 minutes to go. And what's the gap to Vignacotto is, sheesh. It's about, just about almost 4 seconds. So less than 2 minutes now, minute 45 seconds to go. So while this race is winding down, we do want to thank our sponsors. Thank you very much to RC Fox, rccaronline.de, SCSM2, 3 fantastic large-scale focused web shops. So you can get all kinds of, not just large-scale stuff, but tools, and other various RC amenities and scales of cars. And of course, Samba exhausts and air boxes for your large-scale racing machines and your fun machines as well. There's got lots and lots of different models available. And also we've got, we want to thank Mechatech Racing Components, maker of one of the best two-wheel drive large-scale touring car chassis platforms there are. Very, very large Mechatech team here. And of course, EFRA.ws for providing the organization and means to allow all these races to come together in a very organized fashion indeed. With half a minute to go, we've got Mika Hazenberg in the top spot, first car to be bumping up. Ramon Schmidt, another bump up racer, another double bump up racer, I should say. And Adrian Vignacotto finishing in the third position to be our final bump up racer, with Abadju just missing out on bumping up for the third time. So time is finished now. Abadju and Abadju and Hazenberg have now finished. And the rest of the drivers are going to be coming across. That's Hazenberg taking the win, Schmidt taking second, Vignacoto taking third with Abadju, Piquet, Dixon, Mutt Castelvi, McCann, Heslop, and Andy Fuchs not starting this one. So the next race up is going to be the quarterfinals. Quarterfinal B for large scale F1. So this should be fun. Another 20-minute race. And we're going to see lots of cool replica RC Formula One cars out on the racetrack very soon. And we'll be back right at the end of their warm-up period.
Okay, driver, we start the next final in 5 minutes. Stop your engine, please. Stop the engine. Don't stop the engine. The track will open in 5 minutes. Stop the engine, please. Thank you.
Okay, so here we are. A minute to go for the start of the 1/4 B final for F1. So in this one, we're going to have Carol Joan Fabregas, Andreas Muller, Martin Mittelstadt, Maurizio Borsoni, Sander Visser, Gert John, Jose Candeas, Cor Pruim, Matt Buxton, João Samoes, Thibaut Bourdais, Ed Reese, Lawrence Jenkins. Edvald Prochaska is not checked in, so we're supposed to have 14 drivers, and we've only got 13. So again, this being the first of our... Are these guys actually trying to warm up their brakes? That's amazing. Some of them do run carbon brakes, but most of them run fiberglass. Looks like the number 1 mechanic is running out there to go rescue the car of Fabregas. Oh no, he's going to start a lap down if he's starting from the pits. So 10 seconds or so to the start of the race. Actually, they paused the time while the race official there just makes sure that everyone is in the correct starting position. But because that number 1 car is not there, oh, you can see the mechanic just to the right of the screen. Oh, and the number 4 car is flamed out. He has to start off the grid. No, he's got it started. You're allowed 3 attempts to pull start, and then you have to start off. So here we go. I think the number 1 mechanic has just run back around the grid. Oh, someone else is... What's this arm waving that's happening? Drama, drama, drama. Number 4 mechanic is running back out there. I think that car is going to have to come off the starting position now. Yep, there it goes. And the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car has had to restart. So I think we're about to get going. Any second now. Here we go. Lights out, or horn has sounded. And we're missing at least 2 cars on the grid. I believe the number 1 car and the number 4 car, Fabregas and Borsoni, respectively. So leading away is going to be Muller in the white. White and red. And then we've got Mittelstadt in the... Ooh, and one of them's come off into the pits. What's going on there? Is that stop and go or something? I'm not sure. So Garrett John moving up from 6th into the 2nd position. Sander Visser from 5th into 3rd. We'll let things smooth out a bit and see what we end up with. So the yellow car of John and second the orange car of Visser. Some couple more seconds back on the time. So 20-minute race, 18 minutes left in this one. And it's already all kicking off. What a massive shame for Carol Joan Fabregas, the number 1 car, not even starting this one. The number 4 of Maurizio Borsoni having to start from pit lane. I'm not sure if he's starting a lap back, but certainly from the very back. Fastest lap from Garrett John, who's now moved into the lead in the yellow car, who's just gone past the camera there. So Visser in the, I believe, is the Red Bull sort of car, unless that is Bourdais. Let things settle for a bit, because camera is following Garrett John, the car 6. So it looks like we've got Fabregas is out there, but he's several laps down. It's going to take a literally epic amount of skill and racecraft to get into the bump up positions. So unfortunately, we're probably going to leave Fabregas. 16 minutes to go. We've got Garrett John and Andreas Muller first and second, Sander Visser and Martin Mittelstadt in third and fourth. Visser and Mittelstadt is our battle for third. Be able to follow them a bit easier on camera now. So there's Visser in the orange and yellow car, and Mittelstadt, I believe, is that Red Bull sort of colored car, the blue and red. So they are absolutely glued together. There's those two just going past the bridge cam, and an attempt at a pass. Mittelstadt with the fastest lap time at 26.3. Way, way faster than anybody else out there on track. Almost a second faster than everybody. That's just one lap. But now chasing Visser, trying to pressure Visser into a mistake. Going into the infield, nearly, it was at a pass. Yes, that was a successful pass. So now that is Mittelstadt into third place, the last of our bump up positions. So a great effort there. He started third, now he's back into third after falling down a few spots. These cars using a 26cc modified engine, Zenoa style, 700cc fuel tanks. Mittelstadt now making a massive gap to Visser, who he's passed only just a lap or two ago. Now 3 seconds ahead, so Muller is the next target for him. And that is about 7 seconds ahead of where Mittelstadt is. So about a third of a lap. So we'll keep an eye on that and see. Meanwhile, Muller only 0.7 seconds behind. Mittelstadt already making up 2 seconds in the last lap, so now he's only 5 seconds behind. Keep an eye on Mittelstadt's time, but camera now following Gert John in the lead. A bit of pressure from Andreas Muller, but staying within a second. Mittelstadt making up another 0.7 of a second to Muller. I've yet to see anyone who's got a functional DRS on their F1 car, because it is allowed. It does have to be automatic. It can't be button activated, but it is. That's what I've read in the rules anyway. Muller falling to 0.9 of a second behind Muller, so that puts Mittelstadt just a bit closer to Muller. Mittelstadt in third at the moment, chasing Muller. Gert John in first place from 6th on the grid. Our first place car of Karel-Jan Fabregas having to start from pit lane, so several laps down on these racers. So there's going to have to be a lot of mishaps for Fabregas to move up significantly. All the racers that we've seen make up tons of positions have been from not having to start a few laps down. And I'm pretty sure I saw Fabregas's mechanic running from the pit lane into the paddock area to go get a tool or a spare part or something. So we're approaching the halfway point. Remember, it's a 20-minute race. And now, unlike the touring car racing, from what my understanding of the rules, refueling is allowed in the F1 category, but have never seen it actually happen, because it will mean basically a very long pit stop. Tire changes, I believe, are allowed as well, but potentially only on wet on races that are declared wet. So meanwhile, John is getting close to 2 seconds ahead of Andreas Muller, who himself is being chased by Martin Mittelstadt. So we're going to try and focus on him. Just going to have a quick look at the battle between the chasing between third and fourth. It's quite a distance, so not a lot happening there. Okay. So Mittelstadt, there we go. There's the pass, that Red Bull themed car passing Andreas Muller in the white and red. And now Mittelstadt going to start working on Gert John, and it looks like he's going to be able to make up some significant time. Mittelstadt doing a very fast lap of 26.13. That's a full second faster than everybody else out there. 9/10 of a second faster than Gert John. So let's see what that looks like. So very close together. 1 second apart. 1 second apart between John and Mittelstadt. And there goes Mittelstadt in that Red Bull looking car. There's a couple of Red Bull cars out there, which is not surprising, but it does make it a little bit slightly confusing. So now half a second is the gap between Mittelstadt and John. With 7.5 minutes to go, I think this is going to be an easy catch for Mittelstadt. Where did the speed come from? Less than 0.4 of a second now between Mittelstadt catching Garrett John in the car 6 in the lead. Sander Visser falling further and further behind, possibly into the clutches of Andreas Muller, but we'll keep an eye on that as well. So the gap between those two now is just about 2 seconds. Getting very close now, so I'm going to see if we can move to the car 2, please. Andreas Muller trying to catch Sander Visser, get back up into that top 2 or top 3 spots. Andreas starting second on the grid, not having any issues. It was the number 1 and the 4 car having issues. Number 4 of Borsoni getting back up in there after some early troubles. Fabregas also lots and lots of troubles. Going very quick, but not quick enough. But he's going to be able to make up a couple more positions, I'm sure, by the end of the race. Meanwhile, Andreas Muller, a couple, 1 second and a half behind Visser. Visser in the orange car. There he goes, and there's Muller in the white and red. Bridge cam really showing off the speed of these machines. Easily able to hit 35, 40 miles an hour going down the main straight. So that's why that bridge is there, so that mechanics can cross over the bridge safely to avoid any sort of damage or injury from the cars as they go across the grid. The main straight. So 4 minutes left in this one. Garrett John being chased by Martin Mittelstadt. Just 0.2 seconds between them. So that's almost a guaranteed pass for Mittelstadt. But the important position here is Sander Visser, who's being chased by Andreas Muller. Muller falling back a bit. Actually, just going a little bit slower that time than Sander Visser. About 3 seconds between them. Mittelstadt now taking the lead. So it's great for Mittelstadt and all of his friends. We're supporting him, but we're following the third place car of Sander Visser. who last time around was just was able to pull away a little bit. Oh, Gert John has just fallen down the order. What's happened to Gert? Our lone Austrian in this race who's running, fallen to 4th and might get passed by Matt Buxton. Yes, he has. So something has happened to Garrett John, something catastrophic. So falling out of, I think maybe it was the pass for the lead that made him crash out of the top 5 spots. So a completely new running order in the top 5. Still waiting for him to cross the line, but meanwhile, we've got Martin Mittelstadt in the lead in the car 3. Sander Visser in 2nd place. Andreas Muller, who still is chasing down Sander Visser. And they're about 2 seconds apart, but Andreas Muller looks like he's either backed off or his tires have started going. Matt Buxton now chasing down Andreas Muller, but Matt is quite a ways behind Muller. So I think we have got our top 3. They're actually very, very close together on track. Buxton is almost a full lap behind Muller, so mainly we're really looking at Mittelstadt to take the win, but possibly Visser to get back up in there in the car 5. Muller in 3rd. So Mittelstadt is, I think, did he just lap everybody? I think he's lapped Visser and Muller. So really the only battle is between the 5 and the 2 cars of Visser and Muller. They're all on a slightly different pace. But with 30 seconds left in this one, I think we've got our running order and our bump up positions. We've got Mittelstadt in the Red Bull styled car. Visser in the orange is going to take 2nd, potentially. I'm writing that down, but it still could change. Muller in the white and red, number 2, going to take 3rd, and that is going to be our F1 quarterfinal B. So our 4th to last race of the day. Andreas Muller crossing to take 3rd. Borsoni and Pruim have finished. So lots and lots of drama in that one. The number 1 car, first one to fall out before the race even started, and then Borsoni in the number 4. And then John in the car 6 running in the lead for such a long time, and then just I completely missed what happened. So we're going to have our finishing order. Mittelstadt not only fastest lap, but also taking the win. Full lap ahead of Sander Visser and a lap ahead of Andreas Muller. So very, very big gap between everybody there. So great job to finish. It's pretty tight, really. And we'll have the confirmation of the results coming up on screen very, very soon. So there we go. And we'll come back when we have the formation lap for the 1 quarterfinal A, which is coming up next. And meanwhile, just like to thank you for joining us for this live coverage from Lostallo, Switzerland, for the EFRA Large-Scale Touring Car Formula One European Championships for 2024, brought to you by RC Fox. rccaronline.de, SCSM2, 3 great model shops where you can find Samba exhausts and airboxes, and also Mechatech racing cars. Mechatech racing components or chassis sponsor for the weekend, and we have been graced with video footage from Pull Start TV and commentary from RC Racing TV. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, so here we go. We got about a minute and 15 seconds before the start of the second to last race of today's program, the 1/5 touring car sport class, one quarterfinal B. And after this, we're going to have the one quarterfinal A. And then that way, we're left with just, I think it's one set of quarterfinals for the open class, and then it's semis for everybody else. So 8 races tomorrow, I believe, plus 3 main finals, which are half an hour each. So this is the formation lap. Drivers in this one are Mario Nickel from Germany, Claudio Rossi from Italy, Romain Dohan Romain Dohan from France, Robert Deroux from the Netherlands, Guido Mamat from Germany, Stephen Jones, from the UK, Eric DeVos from the Netherlands, Eddie Goldsmith from the UK, Zdenek Kalab from the Czech Republic, and Johan Segers from the Netherlands. So they are on their formation lap. And they're going to be forming up on the grid. And we have a car being brought into the pits. I missed I think that was the number 1 car. It was the number 1 car, Nickel, not starting. I think that's an empty grid spot there. And time has started, and they're off. 20 minutes of quarterfinal B action for the touring car sport class. It's already a pretty tight battle at the front, with Rossi in the white and orange. And Romain Dahan in the white and red. So we'll see what happens. We've seen some epic comebacks and double bump ups, almost triple bump ups. Fastest lap so far already is a 27.391 from Dahan, piling the pressure onto Rossi. And look at how close he is already going down the main straight. And that is going to be a pass for the lead, I believe, by the end of the straight. Not quite that time around. Coming across the finish line there is Deroux in the yellow and white. Chased very, very closely by Mamat. Stephen Jones not making the start of this one in that car 6. Nickel already a lap down. In the car 1. So we've had some bad luck for our number 1 cars at times. And I think we had a crash there from one of our leaders, but it's hard to tell. This is the car 2, I think it was. Yes, of Rossi. So Rossi well out of the top 3 positions now. So we've got Deroux into 2nd and Mamat from the car 5 into 3rd. So there's a very large gap back to Kalab in 4th place. So it looks like it's close to 7 or more seconds between Kalab and Mamat. Kolob, DeVos, and Seegers all very close together on the track. So it's going to take some effort for Kolob to break free. Dahan, Deru, and Mamat, first, second, and third. A bit spaced out, but Deru and Mamat look like they're getting a little bit closer together. It's just a second and a half in between them on the track. Dahan, Deru, and Mamat is our running order for the top three. John Seegers, about, wow, what is that, like way behind, about 15 seconds behind Mamat. So Rossi trying to fight back. Mario Nickel trying to get back up there. Kolob is the one who fell way off the pace, out of fourth place. So not sure what happened to Kolob. Dahan, Deru, Mamat. Seegers almost a whole lap behind Mamat in fourth place. Claudio Rossi trying to come back in that number 2 car, battling with Seegers, and they're just about a second and a half apart on tracks. Rossi looks like he's nearly about there to pass. Eddie Goldsmith running 6th. De Vos from the Netherlands running 7th. Mario Nickel falling, something happening to him before the race even started. Not starting on the grid, had to start from pit lane, but luckily not a complete lap behind. He's behind a lap down to the leaders almost, but oh, and then Kolob drops back again. DeVos getting past him, I think, there. Dahan with, I think that's a fresh fast lap time of 25.926. Guido Mamat running quite a ways behind, almost a full lap behind. 16.6 seconds. Deru way behind Mamat, so running order, Dahan, Mamat, and Deru very spaced apart now, but it looks like Rossi is clawing back very slowly the gap between himself and Deru for third. Rossi just a few seconds behind. Rossi in the white and orange car. There's a mechanic making his way back from rescuing his driver's car. So there's Rossi in that white and orange just coming underneath the camera now. Gahan, Mamat, Deru, with Rossi very rapidly catching Deru. Now about 3 seconds behind. And we're just under 11 minutes to go, so approaching the halfway distance. These cars not allowed to refuel. Interestingly, the Formula One cars are. At least according to my reading of the rules. Check the live timing. Deru and Rossi very close together on track now. Deru in the yellow and white, Rossi in the white and orange. Under 10 minutes to go now. Halfway down, halfway there. Dahan, Mamat, Deru, and Rossi with De Vos. Mario Nickel making up some time now. Having to start from dead last, working his way up to 6th. He might be able to get up there. Half the race is done. He's 10 seconds behind De Vos, though. Rossi, 4 seconds behind Deru, so falling back a bit. Meanwhile, Deru very slowly catching Mamat, which means that Rossi falls just a little bit further away from Deru. Dahan, fastest lap again. 25.883. Mario Nickel, has he made up any time on Eric De Vos? I think he might be slowing his pace. Computer says he's just a little bit faster than he was last lap around, but he's 11 seconds behind, so he must have gotten farther back and then caught up just a tiny bit. But still about a half a lap behind Eric De Vos. So it's going to take a mighty, mighty effort. And Deru looks like it's he's getting just a little bit further away from Rossi. Mamat, meanwhile, falling the tiniest bit closer to Deru in 3rd. But still, it's about a 5.5 second gap between them. With 7.5 minutes remaining, we've got a very, very spread out field here. So the major drama in this race so far is Mario Nickel, the car number 1, unable to start from the grid, having to start from the pole, from the pits. Rossi falling further back from Deroux, and De Vos falling himself further back from Rossi. Meanwhile, Mario Nickel now within about 8 or 9 seconds of De Vos. This is the one quarterfinal B of touring car sport. Sport meaning they have relatively unmodified engines. They must be pretty much mostly standard, except for a few little bits, but nothing that gives them a major performance advantage. The open category is what we were watching earlier with the 130 seconds and 136. 130 seconds, 116, and 1/8 finals. We'll see the quarterfinals for them first thing tomorrow morning, followed by the quarterfinals for F1 and touring car sport. And mixed in amongst those will be the 10-minute practice sessions for the main final drivers, the 2 drivers that qualified directly into the main final. Looks like someone has gone into the pits. I can't tell who that was, though. Looks like they were getting serviced by their mechanic. So everyone very, very spaced out now. So while we are talking about it, tomorrow racing starts at 9 a.m. for the quarterfinals. And then we'll have 3 main Final A timed practices for the TQ/pole position racers and the second place qualified racers. So those will all kick off in a row. And it's literally will just be 2 cars out on track. So we won't have much commentary for that, but feel free to chat amongst yourselves. And then we'll have the semifinal B, semifinal A for F1, and the semifinal B for the touring car sport, and then almost an hour-long lunch break, and then the semifinal A for touring car sport, followed by the semis for the open class, and then we'll have the final runs. The 30-minute main finals for F1, and then sport, and then open class, and that will all conclude, hopefully, at about 5:20 Central European time. That's the local time. Please adjust your times accordingly. You can get these times from MyRCM, and just find the MRTM Lostallo link and go to the just click through and you'll be able to find the time schedule from there. So meanwhile, no major position changes. Dahan, Mamat, Deroux, that's your top 3, and it has been the top 3 for the last, I'd say about 15 minutes or so. Claudio Rossi trying to catch Deroux for 3rd. De Vos and Nickel all very far apart. Nickel still trying to recover from his debacle of a start from the first grid position. But it looks like it's going to be Dahan, Mamat, and Deroux with 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. So one more race after this, 2.5 minutes to go. So we want to thank everybody for joining us. We have many racers joining us from the US. Usually early in the morning, we have people joining us from Australia and New Zealand and across Asia. It's fantastic to have such a wonderful worldwide audience. So a minute and a half remaining. And look at that view there, looking down the valley. Seeger's unfortunately giving up his run. I think that must have been the car that pulled in several laps ago. Jones not able to make the start of this one. Kalab looking strong at first, but dropping back to 8th place. Eddie Goldsmith moving up a position over the course of the race. Mario Nichols starting from dead last and from the pits and recovering to 6th place, not quite able to make it into the bump up positions. Eric DeVos improving as well from 7th starting position to 5th. Claudio Rossi starting 2nd and falling way down the order and recovering, but not able to have the speed to catch Robert De Roo in 3rd from the Netherlands. And Robert is now just a couple seconds behind Guido Mamat from Germany. But with the race finishing right about now, time has finished. So you see the checker flag waving in the middle of the track. That's the official finishing line. So they will come across first, and then Romain Dahan will be one of the last racers out there to enjoy most of a victory lap. So Dahan taking the win and the first bump up spot. So we'll be starting in the semis in position number 8. So remember to change your numbers overnight. And there's our finishing orders. Romain Dahan, Guido Mamat, and Robert De Roo finishing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, which means they start 8th, 9th, and 10th for the semifinal B tomorrow for Touring Car Sport. So again, you are watching the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships for 2024 live from Lostallo, the MRTM Club Circuit in Switzerland, with visuals from Polestar TV and commentary from RC Racing TV. My name is Frank McKinney. Thank you very much to rccaronline.de, RC Fox, SCSM2, 3 great model shops where you can find more information and pictures and web links and everything for all of the vehicles in these races. You can also find Mechatech and Samba equipment on there as well. 2 more of our wonderful and amazing sponsors that are helping to bring this this coverage to you for free all around the world, no matter where you are, from Texas to Australia. Thank you very much for joining us. If you have any questions, corrections, or concerns, please put them in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat. And don't forget to check out that join button on RC Racing TV, on the RC TV YouTube channel, if you want to help support this kind of coverage and moving camera coverage and all sorts of fantastic coverage and RC related content. You get some fantastic perks that you can check out on the join button. You get all the details for them. And meanwhile, you can check out rcracingtv.com for the merch link there. And while you're there, you can use the code LSTC24 to get 10% off on any single purchase from the rcracingtv.com shop all weekend long and all the way into Monday. So please check that out and help us bring you this and more amazing content for RC fans all around the world. So we have a few minutes before the start of the next race and about 3 minutes before the formation lap. So we'll return to you on commentary in just a few minutes. So as you can see, the last group of racers have come into the pits after their 3 minutes of warm-up period. So that is about 4 or 5 laps at least. And they are out in the pit lane in number order, hopefully. That's what they're supposed to be. And so this is their formation lap. So in about 40 or 50 seconds, the final race of the day will be setting off. The 1/5 scale sport touring car 1/4 A final. And that will be featuring in car number 1 from the Czech Republic, Miroslav Jarenka. Car number 2 from Germany, Oliver Osigos. From Austria, car 3, Christian Spielut. And Sebastian Elsner from Germany. From Netherlands, Wesley Hems. From Germany, Lena Bloom. From Italy, Giuseppe Rosignoli. From Spain, Daniel Romero Bayo. And from Italy, Pierluigi Boninsegne. I think the two Italian drivers in there, we don't even need to really say they're from Italy. But there we go. Looks like everyone is actually starting on the grid. That's amazing. That's a good start. And we are off. Horn is sounded. It looks like Boninsegne is very slow off the grid. Already a tight battle for the lead. We have the orange and blue car of Jarenka. And Osigus. Oh, now he's pulling away. Drag race for second down the main straight. And see who is going to take this one. So it looks like Schmid is that orange and blue car. Jarenka, the white and green. Third place of Spilut, who is another of at least 4 racers who raced in the large-scale off-road European Championships last weekend in the other side of the continent, basically on the west coast of France. And someone has just gone over as Spielu sets the fastest lap time very quickly, taken over by Christian Schmidt, who's fallen way down the order from the number 3 position. So it's Jarenka, Osigus, and Spilut. 18 minutes remaining in this one. Remember, it's a 20-minute race, no refueling, no tire changes. Jarenka being chased by Spilut, with Osigus being chased by Elsner, who's moved up into the fourth position. Rosignoli down to the 10th position from 8th. Schmidt recovering after dropping down many positions, moving up to 7th. Jarenka, Spilut, Osigus, Elsner, Romero, all fairly well spaced apart, with Bloom and Schmidt chasing them. It's like a couple seconds in between them all for the top several positions. Spilut taking the fastest lap with 27.027. Surely someone else is, yeah, Schmidt already taking that off him, 26.793. So much faster than Spilut. Jurenka, Spielut, Osigos, Elsner, Romero, and Schmidt still chasing. Trying to recover from dropping down to, I think it was about 8th position he dropped down to. And there he goes, move up one more position ahead of Romero. Top three fairly evenly spaced apart, about 1.5 seconds or 2 seconds apart. And you have Sebastian Elsner, about 7 seconds behind Osigos. Schmidt now chasing down Elsner. It's about 5 seconds behind, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. Schmidt is the one who's going to be moving up with 14 minutes remaining in this one. Spielut trying to catch Jurenka now. Very, very close behind. This is our lead battle just coming underneath the camera now. There's Jurenka in the orange and blue. Coming across that's the finishing line there. Coming underneath the camera once again. And we have a dead car out in the middle. Nope, nope, I don't know. Can't tell. Was it moving? Ooh, very wide line for Spielut there. Just 0.3 seconds behind them. Osigos is just hanging out about 1.5 seconds behind, just waiting to pick up the pieces should anything happen to these two. We've seen it happen time and time again. This is RC touring car racing after all. There's no need for him to try to move up. He's already in the bump up spots, and Elsner 12 seconds behind. It's going to be, he's going to have to make up 1 second every minute, which is going to be pretty hard. These guys, that means about 0.5 second every lap, because these lap times about 27, 28 seconds. So that's pretty tough to do. So if he were my, if I were his spotter, I would just be telling Osigos, okay, your next guy, but next behind has to make up 1 second a lap, 1 second or 0.5 second a lap every lap for the rest of the race to even catch up to you, and then he has to pass you. So just don't worry about anyone behind you, and just stay close behind to the battle for the lead, because these guys are probably going to come together, and one or both of them is going to crash. So going down the straight is that battle. And then across the finish line. Going down the straight once again, there's our bridge cam from full start. Fantastic shot showing the speed of these machines. You imagine these are 10 kilo minimum weight, and they hit about 35 to 45 miles an hour. Very, very, a lot faster than you would think. Way faster than you would think. Sides glued together. 0.6 of a second between them. We're now over halfway through the race. Half down, half to go. Someone has just come into the pits, probably to pull off. It doesn't look like a penalty stop. There are penalties, by the way, for cutting the track usually, or rough driving, causing an accident, that sort of thing. We tend not to focus on them, though. They just come and they go. So this is our lead battle. Again, I don't want to say it's inconsequential, but it doesn't matter so much for the matter of the bump up positions. So Christoph Spielut, having raced at the European Championships last week for large scale off-road, he'll be well familiar, and I'm sure Miroslav Jarenka is quite familiar as well. He's just basically just holding position. Spielut not trying to make any dive moves, which is the wise thing to do. And the next car behind is third place driver of Oliver Osigus. Again, just maintaining position. Spielut maybe just keeping his powder dry and turning this one into a slow burn, as we're at 7 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. And there they go into the infield, across the finish line there. That's the official timing loop, and there's also a backup loop, and that tracks the electronic transponder, just like you have in kart racing or full-size car racing. There's transponders and basically just radio signals that tell the computer system where the car is on track. Look how close Spielut gets in that tight and twisty infield bit. Just hanging back there and keeping the pressure on and not backing off. Just staying within a second, within a half a second, I should say. For the last, I would say, probably what, 10 minutes or so? This is pretty intense. You might see a last lap dive. And I think Osigus is getting a little bit close. No, it's 2.4 seconds. So it seems like he's close in the slow bits, but then they really do pull away. It looks like cloud covers come over, so the track is cooled a little bit. So maybe tire wear not hyper important, but obviously still very important. Schmidt is still about, he's about 11 seconds behind Osigus, so he's not going to be making up much time at all unless Osigus flips over and his mechanic has to run out and turn over the car. But there they go again. Lead battle coming down the straight underneath the camera. Another lap traffic to get past. Usually in these situations, the lap traffic becomes a massive problem, but these European Championship races have a EFRA official and a referee, a local referee, following the racing like a hawk. Spilut just hanging back, 0.4 of a second behind, lap after lap after lap. Osigas a further 2 seconds behind. Again, lap after lap after lap. So 4.5 minutes remaining. Not just in this race, but in the day's racing. More racing coming up tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. with the quarterfinals for Touring Car Open, which is our biggest group of racers. And then followed very quickly by the practice for the 2 drivers in each category who have qualified directly into the main finals. And then we go into the semis. So these 2 drivers that we're following and Oliver Osigas hoping to make it from the quarterfinal A into the semifinal A. And if they're able to do that, they'll have plenty of time to work on their cars tonight. Complete rebuilds of the diff and the shocks, the bearings, all the running gear, check all the gears, anything that moves up and down, which is almost everything on the car. Check the servos, check the radio, charge up all the batteries. Because if you make it into the semi, you might make it into the main final, which is half an hour long, and there's 3 of them tomorrow. Starting with the F1, and then the Touring Car Sport, and the Touring Car Open. So it was flipped around a little bit for some reason, but they did flip it to, so the main event, the fastest guys are running last at the end of the day. The pressure on Jurenka, wow. Can you imagine? Would you be able to hold off a driver like Spilut, who is just hanging on to the back of your car, 0.3 or 0.4 second a lap every time, going around for, it's got to be at least 15 minutes solid now. Meanwhile, they pulled away from Osigas a further second. Now, we saw some of this action in the finals last week in France for the large-scale off-road. Wesley Van Helmen doing a heroic job for 30 minutes, holding off the attentions of Maël Boucher for 30 minutes until Boucher finally made a single mistake and allowed Wesley a few seconds of open space behind him. But until that point, Wesley had Boucher all over the back bumper of his four-wheel drive buggy. Spilut has not been further than a half a second away from Jurenka for at least 15 minutes. I think he just made one mistake just there as they went underneath the camera. But by the time they cross the timing loop in the middle of the track, they'll be right together again, I'm sure. I don't know, it's a little bit further away now, actually. Could be wrong there. No, closer. 0.6. So he lost a tenth or two there. It's 0.667 or 0.7 if you round up, which I usually do, but. So last lap of the day, 40 seconds left in this one. This has been a slow burn, but it's, to be honest, this has been the most intense race so far, at least for the lead. Remember, it's the top three cars that bump up, so it's usually the battle that we would be focusing on. But there hasn't been a battle. It's been about a 9-second gap. It started at about a 15-second gap for Christian Schmidt to try and catch Osigas, but got down to 12, and now it's down to about 9. And Spilut has backed off just a bit. Final lap, you want to make sure and you cross the line in roughly the same order. So it is going to be Miroslav Jurenka and Christian Spielut bumping up into the semifinal A with Oliver Osigus starting in the final position, car number 10. And everyone has come across except for Wesley Hems. And there we go. There is the official finishing for Miroslav Jurenka and Christian Spielut and Oliver Osigus. So with that, we're going to sign off for today. We will be back live tomorrow on RC Racing TV, Pulsar TV, and EFRA, YouTube, and Facebook for all of these. Make sure and follow, subscribe, like, subscribe, and share, and all that good stuff. Remember to check out the join button on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. Visit rcracingtv.com. Use LSTC24 to get 10% off any order on rcracingtv.com in the merch store. Some fantastic and fun and amazing merch there. So be sure and check that out. Come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. for the start of the quarterfinals for the Touring Car Open category. My name is Frank McKinney. I'm from RC Racing TV. We have had pictures all weekend long from Pulsar TV. Thank you very much to our sponsors, rccaronline.de, RC Fox, SCSM2, 3 fantastic web shops where you can get your choice of touring car models for large scale, but choose a Mechatech FW01 with Samba pipe and airbox, because those are our sponsors who are helping bring you this coverage this weekend. So until tomorrow morning, thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you in the live chat. Goodbye.